According to a White House official, Trump spoke with South Korea's President Lee. White House official just confirming that they did invite South Korea's President Lee to a summit in the US and they plan to meet.
Morning, good morning. Any crazy takes that I need to be aware of other than Peter Schiff? Morning, Dapper. Hello?
China export licenses granted to suppliers of US automakers are valid for 6 months as China grants export licenses to rare earth suppliers of top 3 US automakers, according to sources. Seeing some strength in the S&P 500 here. Again, China grants export licenses to rare earth suppliers of the top 3 US automakers, according to sources.
Sig, does it all look good how you imagined?
No, I haven't really been looking. Just that the ping. I mean, it looks fine. The China thing.
Yeah, so that was the first news that came through. It looks like it copied correctly. If you guys sign up for the reaction roll in the intraday news or ideas, it will ping you in the news feed channel. It will not ping you in the Tendy shop. Just FYI, that's how that works. It does look like whenever someone signs up, though, it's gonna post it in the Tendy shop.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Okay, I'm gonna move it from intraday ideas to
Just the channel with all the other roles, probably.
where's that channel? Alert selector. Okay. Yep, I'm gonna move it into alert selector.
Yeah, because those are all going to our Twitter feed.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Gonna move that right now. Sorry, guys. Oh, okay. Looks like I have to delete it and make a new one. All right. I'll let you guys be. I'll fix that and get that back up in a few seconds.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Good trading. Good luck, everyone.
Hmm. What's up, guys? What's up? What's up? Hello, YouTube. 40 seconds till new 15s. Watch what happens into 50 on NQ. Pretty balanced market, but slight higher lows. Just looks like slow, grindy trend to me. But this 850, 860 is going to be a problem. Not really looking for more upside until we can get above this 850, 860 and start building. To be honest, just looks like balance. Again, we're making slight higher lows and higher highs, but it's very slight. Very, very slight.
Has News Guy been working?
Mm,
Voice news.
I'm gonna reset it just to be sure. All right, should be good to go there. I'm just gonna test one thing real quick. Okay, we're good. Ping me if anything happens with the new bot. Since it's new, you just never know.
yeah, yeah.
And I'll be around if you guys need anything.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Jesus. We can show interest below, God, this is such a hard area to try to position. You're kind of in the middle here. Hmm. Yeah, I think 830 is a good area to look for that offer for the rotation back down, but I don't know if you're going to be able to get as much as you want. 15s look pretty bounceable. I'd be much more comfortable looking for a continuation down below 15. Yeah, 10 to 15 is looking pretty bounceable. Looking for anything below our value low on the day seems a little crazy to me for right now. So here's our move to our value low. We'll see if we get a bounce here for rotation back up to 30, or if we can actually build below for the break of balance and then continuation. And I think if we can push below this and flip our value edge, like 760 makes sense as a target. But until then, like we got to really show interest here below value low. It's just, it is what it is. See what we can do. Is ES into opening range. RTY into POC before shift. And keep pushing down into our target. Just bottom of balance here into 760. All right. That was an easy trade. I'm out half here into 60. Just took off another 5. I have 5 left. This is just a reversion to our 15-minute VWAP, by the way, at this like 750, 760. So if this can flip to offer, we can see a rotation down to like 670. But we're going to need to see a bit more from sellers here. $760 offer so far. We can definitely chop here for a little bit. We'll have to see how we how we interact here. I think maybe a value edge retest on Russell might be what we need for the next leg. Hmm. I've closed 16 micros. I have 4 left from 796. Just on the breakdown below 800 is just playing the momentum. Offer sitting at 780. This is your Russell value retest like we just talked about. Let's see if we find anything here. If RTY can hold this as resistance, then this will be a good area to look for weakness again for another leg. If RTY recovers this with no problems, then that sell leg is probably done, and we're just remaining in this balance between like the 740, 760 and 860, 870. Just gonna have to give it a second. That was my first trade of the day. I'm flat here on that short side. Stopped out, break even on my last contracts. We'll see if we can get back in. Just gotta wait it out. Again, all we did was revert to our 50-minute VWAP and then bounce. Is what we thought would happen. Now it's a matter of what happens here into our 800, 810 area. This could potentially be our reoffer, unsure. This is where I originally took my short, so just waiting now to see if this is going to hold as a resistance or if we can flip it. easy for me. Calm that down. So far, 30-second opening ranges, rejecting on both ES and NQ. Just kind of come up to our seller at 800s. No change here. It's the same short as before. Well, just a little less confident in this push down as of right now. I would like to see us below 780 for some acceleration. Just below this POC of previous candle. See if we can actually offer it. I would like to see this offer continue to maintain like 80-85 if we're going to go down. That would be a push down to 760. If we don't see this offer be able to sustain here, I just don't know if the move has it in it right now. Yeah, I mean, to me, this is just too much strength so far that we're seeing. Probably gonna have to wait for Russell to show a bit more weakness with the S.
Citigroup changes the Fed rate cut forecast to September from July.
See if this Russell move down can help us. I'd like us to get below POC at least. Or I feel like we're just gonna be pretty choppy here. This is Russell into POC here into 125.4. So far bidding. ES testing our 30-second opening range at 6,000. And Q still just holding this like 805, 810. Again, I think we're going to need to see a bit more weakness on Russell for NQ to actually get the move that you want for down. If not, we can easily retrace back up, right? We're still just in balance. So if there's no interest lower, then we're going to do the rotation of the auction that we've already shown interest in, which is, again, like this 740, 760 is our low, and then our rotation up to 870. So this guy at 800s needs to be very clear and needs to then push us below 780 very quickly. Again, we just need to see buyers continue to get absorbed into this like 805, 815 on NQ. If they can do that, I don't really see the upside potential as of yet. That doesn't mean that we're specifically going down. It just means that we're seeing these guys get absorbed here. We need to see Russell and ES also follow through with it. But if we can push through this guy who's taking in size into this like 800, 805, and then we push over 815, I think that we just do the full rotation up. I don't see why we wouldn't. But if we can continue to see them take in size and basically just make buyers not be able to move as we push into these highs, right? That should then allow for a rotation through like this if we can't get over. But we need to see a bit more because right now it's very passive from sellers. Like they're just taking in size. They're not trying to actively push down. And we've got these higher lows on our POCs. So like nothing about this is great. Well, basically what I'm getting at. It's very messy. Even though we have someone actively trying to take in size here, we still have a bid that is actively stepping up in the market from our low. So until it's a little less passive and a little bit more aggressive, you don't really want to be sizing huge. Looking for some sort of expansion. But I think as soon as we are able to show interest above here, if this continues to just create these higher lows and we're able to pop up, I don't see why we don't just rotate back through this. But if this continues to hold, then we're going to be looking for rotations back down. And this is just a bear flag, right? With holding us our Globex high and our VWAP as resistance into our 30-second opening range high as well. But I really won't feel comfortable looking for a continuation for a short until we take out this guy here. And then we can rotate through. And again, just like we talked about, like bid is stepping up. Pushing into our 15s now. There was not a great shorting opportunity there before because Russell and ES were holding where they needed to. And we continued to see higher lows on the close of these candles with our POCs remaining supportive. This is now a pretty important level on NQ. If we can flip this, it's going to be a big test to see if we're going to do the full rotation back up. See if they continue to take in on 815 here. If this flips. So far, good bid and hold. Offer sitting into 30-35. Should be first target if you're playing the push through this absorption. And then, of course, secondary target is just going to be full rotation back up into our 60 to 70. Balance is balance. We would love to see from our offer here at POC just a flag to be able to build and hold this like 805 to 815. As long as we can do that and maintain, should be able to continue. For a rotation up to 50 to 60. Just need to show interest above POC, right? We held and recovered our value low on NQ. We have traded up to POC. This is, of course, first target in day 30. And now we're watching to see if our overnight high can hold as supportive. And then we can make POC supportive for the full rotation of our balance to our value high top of range. Man, my posture's been so bad lately. Gotta work on it. Jesus. Catching myself like in the craziest slouch. And then I wonder why my back hurts. So far POC on NQ holding, just watching our retest here into our flip. Decent amount of absorption into 20 to 30. Just watching to see if our bid can maintain here into our like 805, 815, get back above, or if this will flip back off, or unsure as of yet. Russell also showing weakness with the S. Just give these a minute.
According to Yermak, Zelensky and Trump could meet on sidelines of G7 summit.
I need to see a very clear offer here. This is our value low on NQ off of the rejection of POC. So to me, this is just a bid. But if offer can hold like 805, 815, then it's a nice lower high we can play off of. But if this bids again, then there's just been no change in anything. You can try with a little risk here into this 805, 815, but if we flip this again, like there's literally been no change. So that's why you got to be very careful. Like Russell, yes, still just holding and maintaining our 30-second opening range. And Q just remaining and holding on our
Fitch Ratings
value low.
says that 50% US tariffs on steel and aluminum to widen regional disparities.
I'm just not a fan. Not a fan. We have 45 seconds until new 15s. I mean, it's only garbage if you're looking for expansion. It's literally value low to POC. Like, I don't know. That is always going to be the issue, is when you look for more than what's being given. Once we see a breakdown of our value low, we can get for expansion down. When we see a push above our POC, you can see an expansion up. Until then, you are stuck between what has been given to you in the market.
Fitch Ratings also adds on US steel and aluminum expects US market to absorb tariff increase, leading to rises in domestic prices and premiums. Fitch Ratings on tariffs on steel and aluminum expects producers with significant facilities in Canada, Mexico, and Europe to be the most affected by increased tariffs.
Tariffs. RTY POC is attempting to shift up here. The day open. A little interesting.
According to schedule, Azari BTC crude oil exports from Chehan port set at 17.4 million barrels in July versus 16.9 million barrels in June. According to CNN, US preps cancellation of funding for California.
Just all of California. You're done, Surf.
So further detail into this, the Trump administration is preparing to cancel a large swathe of federal funding for California,
Just
an
all of
effort
it.
which could begin as soon as Friday, according to multiple sources. Agencies are being told to start identifying grants the administration can withhold from California. On Capitol Hill, at least one committee was told recently by a whistleblower that all research grants to the state were going to be cancelled, and according to one of the sources familiar with the matter. So CNN reached out to the White House for comment, but in the past, CNN saying that Trump has a long-made Democratic-led California target. That's according to CNN.
Not only
So
legal,
again,
but very
CNN citing
progressive.
multiple sources on California funding.
Let's just let's cut resources and ties on one of our largest STEM hubs in our country. Really, America First is in full effect. How you were talking.
We have posted out that CNN piece on the financial news feed for you to read through. Again, Trump preparing large-scale cancellation of federal funding for California, according to sources.
Oh, let me post that. Here's the article. Retesting into our seller here into 35. See if we can push through this attempt with Russell and ES popping up. This is POC on NQ. Nice higher low on NQ from our value low edge, and then holding PVZ. Now rotating up. Let's see if this absorption's still here or if we can actually pass through this attempt. If we can, should just be able to see a push into our excuse me, our 50 to 60. Again, we want to see what we were looking for the last attempt, which is ability to hold here 25 to 35 as supportive, and then we can rotate up. If we fail here again, there's been no change. We want Russell and ES to help lead this. Mm-mm-mm. I'm live every day of the week, but I'm live for free Monday, Wednesday, Friday, around 10:30 to close. The rest of the days it's a private stream. Mm-hmm. Kind of a boring day today so far, but hopefully we get some good stuff. 35 seconds until new 15-minute candles. Just flagging up here, trying to build it POC on NQ. Russell holding our opening range high and PVZ value high. We're trying to push. It is struggling though. ES was able to hold our 30-second opening range, has pushed back inside value, and has rotated up to VWAP. I'm thinking that we might need to do a retest of our value edge here on ES before we can actually go, while NQ tests this LVN into VWAP at 16s. We'll see. I think the open of this candle should be pretty telling. All right, new 15s have opened. This is the LVN that I was talking about. Let's see if we can find some liquidity in here and then pop through, or if this is going to fail. The same thing on ES. We're just watching this edge to see if this is going to be able to get a bid and then pop through, or if the absorption here into 25.35 is going to continue to maintain. If so, right, there's no change. It is what it is. So this is ES value edge retest. Let's see if anything shifts here. If we push through and then hold it as offer, then we might have enough trapped here into these highs again into our 25.35. If this is able to bid, then there's not really a great change. I need to see a very clear shift below 800s for anything more. I'm just not going to touch it. I really don't have much interest here between this POC and this PVC value. Just want to see if ES can hold here and then actually breach. That'll be a great sign that we have room up. Offer sitting at 20s right now in NQ. Time is it? 12:15?
Fed's Harker comments coming through. saying amid uncertainty, it's still possible Fed can cut rates later this year. Uncertainty makes it very hard to divine monetary policy outlook. Whereas Fed Harker says, I worry quality of economic data is eroding. We're increasingly flying blind when it comes to critical data. I'm very worried about the current state of government finance. Deficits must be reined in amid rising challenge to the US financial system. And also, he said to retire from the Philadelphia Fed at the month's end.
He said, you guys got it. Data sucks. I don't know what to do. I'm retiring. Mm-mm. Into our value low here on NQ. This is Russell POC. See if we find a bounce here into our value low and Russell POC, or if this can flip. I'm in no position. RTY bouncing POC so far. Slight bid at our value low on NQ. Offer sitting at 800, 805. See if we can get a lower high there on retest. With Russell rejecting into like 30, 31.
So just a reminder with Fed Harker, he's due to appear on CNBC later on at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at the top of the hour.
So if an offer was going to be anywhere, I'd want it to be here. If it's we're going to see a shift out of this
So
balance.
seeing according to a source here, U.S. Department of Commerce suspends licenses to export nuclear plant parts to China.
We want to see Russell reject here into 31. And we want to see our offer hold and maintain this like 805 on a push into it. If we can see that, then we'll look for the push below our value edge for a continuation trade down for this, just continuation of this channel, right? We need to see that push below value. I'm not trying to short our value edge as supportive, right? I want to see this seller step in and then shift us below and then really re-offer this for me to feel comfortable in this trade. It is incredibly important that we see that.
So those nuclear equipment suppliers include Emerson and Westinghouse. Suspension comes amid 2-week blitz of restrictions on exports to China. Shipments of hydraulic fuel and jet engines are among a broad swathe of items affected. So restrictions imposed during tense US-China trade war.
Offering holding so far. Russell not getting as much movement as I wanted. We did hold our pivot at 31, but I need to see a bit more for me to feel comfy in this short. That being said, I think that this can definitely bid here at 780, and then we get our stronger offer into 95. See what happens. They've got to show sincerity here at this edge. It's like, again, all this has been so far is just a bid and then a rotation back into value and then a push back up. So like this needs to flip for me to feel comfy here. Without this, ES is still flat, RTY is still flat at our 30-second opening range, and NQ is just showing slight weakness below value, right? So this is either, if ES and RTY remain balanced, all this becomes is a discount buy for NQ to then trade through balance again, right? If NQ and ES remain in balance. We don't expect a huge divergence. So all that this becomes then, again, is just a look outside of value into our tail. And then this goes supportive again. And then these guys just got the greatest buy of their lives, right? Inside balance. So this breakdown on ES and RTY really needs to happen for us to feel comfortable in this position so we have overall market weakness. Or all you're going to do is end up creating a catalyst to squeeze buyers who just got absorbed here by passive sellers into these lows. Or sorry, passive buyers absorbed aggressive sellers into these lows. Reverse. This offer needs to be pretty sticky, and we need to see a bit more weakness on ES and RTY for follow through. New 15's opening now. They're attempting to shift value below this edge. See if we can push below this 80. RTY still flat. Yeah, still flat. We need more. Or again, this is just going to become an easy bid on any re-entry and rotation back up. Watch our retest of our value edge here. See if 90s can hold the supportive. If they do, then bid can really push. If Russell can hold this break. Be patient.
Good morning, everybody.
So, what's up?
Not much. Hopefully we get some movement this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're setting up for it. Yeah, ES and NQ testing our value low right now. Just waiting on Russell to show weakness, and then market dies. Or if Russell shows strength, then we trap here into our lows.
Yeah.
RTY pushing back down to POC here again. Day open 129.3. See if we can actually break out of this range. NQ full rotation back down to our 80 reversion zone. ES into 30-second opening range low at 6,000. Need below this and then offer NES for continuation down, or this will just bid here again. Telling you, just being patient and waiting for Russell to actually break out of this range going to offer such a better opportunity for you guys to trade than trying to nail the edge high or low of this little rotation. Just waiting for that weakness across the market is going to feel so much better.
Treasury sanctions Iranian shadow banking scheme.
What?
Also, Canada's PM Carney announces bill to fast track major projects in Canada. The Carney bill also aims to remove interprovincial trade barriers.
I'd like to see this offer now try to defend 80s on retest. 80 to 90 is now incredibly important to see a lower high. We have two flat POCs from our last candles. We want to see if this value edge here from I guess 92 to 85 is what we're watching for offer. Russell's still flat. We want to see if this we can hold these POCs as resistance on rotations. Again, like as long as RTY is oscillating here and we're still maintaining POC, I just don't really see a worthwhile trade on NQ. Like, yes, we're holding our value edge as resistance. That's good. You can try that with like 15 points of risk above, but I don't know if it's worth yet without Russell. I can't really make the argument for it as of yet. So far, good hold of our 85.95, but again, need to see Russell break down here. Same as before. Just trying this edge at 95 to 85. We need to see the offer stick here. Russell still oscillating between our POC and our opening range high. No change. It's a great first risk off if you are playing off of our edge. Need to see a bit more from Russell here. Let's see if we can offer this now. What was supportive. And then do one more leg down. That would be ideal. Just taking off my first risk here. Watching to see how this retest here on Russell. See if we can get that break, and if NQ can continue to push down. Targeting 60 to 50 is first target for a reversion trade to 50-minute VWAP again. About 10 more here. My average is 794.25. 20 contracts left. This is target for me, taking off another 10, 10 left. This is Russell into our 30-second opening range low. I think that we have a bit more room. I expect RTY to come back down to 25.8, 26 basically, as our target off of our failure to shift value on our shift POC, sorry. So 25.4, 25.8, that area. But definitely taking off a little risk here, just like the last attempt where we looked below our 15-minute VWAP for the reversion trade and then found a bid here that was pretty aggressive. We have 5 seconds till new 15s, so just being careful and then allowing those runners to run free. Crazy what happens when you can just patiently wait for the Russell break, and then you have a much better trade than trying to catch the chop. I've taken off 2/3 of my risk. I have 5 contracts left.
Really keeping an eye on this Russell retest.
My average now is 85. Final 5 contracts. It's just a break-even stop.
For those of you interested in watching Canada's PM Carney speaking live in a press conference, we have posted that video out for you on the Financial News feed for you to watch.
See if we can get another leg down on Russell like we want. Just to our POC shift level. Like 125.4 would be great if we could break these lows. I'd expect that to push down, but we got to be careful. And it's just our 30-second opening range low right now. Looking for bear flags, basically, and offer to lower and then step down. Because if not, then we just rotate this fully back up to our value edge off of a failure here with RTY still sideways. See if we can find that offer here into like 75 Sun and Q into our halfway back into our value low of previous candle. The highest you want to see it go is 790. Which stops me out, by the way. It's just gonna be the same thing as before, which is the 85.95. Let me try again. So I'd really like to see this offer hold here for these buyers to be off sides and for the seller to now show this as resistance around. Want them to be sitting here. I'm not seeing that enough yet on footprint.
Treasury 10-year yield rises 10 basis points on the day to about 4.49%.
For next leg, I think we need to show, again, like some absorption here into 75s, and then we need to see that offer step below 65 and then push down. Or this will just be a higher low here at 65, this LVN fill. So really, for any secondary legs, we need to see
Also, 10 minutes
below
away
this
from
node.
where we're expected to hear from Fed's Harker appearing on CNBC. Also, reminder at the top of the hour, we get Baker Hughes data. Total rig count prior 563. Oil rig count prior 461.
This is our 65 test, where either the bid steps in for a higher low, or we flip it, and then this goes resistance for our next leg down. So it's super important off of our rejection at our 75s that we were looking for. Now it's just a matter of, can they maintain a higher low here on this LPN fill? Or can this flip offer and then take out lows? That is the question. Keeping an eye on Russell. RTY leading down. NQ at our pivot. Just trying to build below now. Off trying to step down at the 65, 60. See if it can follow. That being said, Russell almost at target, so we have to be careful that that happened without us. Tempting to move my average down, but we have to be very careful. Because if RTY finds a basing here into 125.4, we hold lows on NQ. So take off a little risk into our wick low here if you added at 65s. And then let's see if we can do anything with this. This is target on Russell. Want to see us break these very quickly on NQ, or again, we could have a short-term pause. Stop now sitting at 65s. If we can break these lows, I'm looking for 730 as next target on NQ. And Russell into our value low.
Your ES weekly POC is this upper structure Globex edge, like 83 as well, which is middle of imbalance, same, essentially same target as in QRTY there.
Minutes ago until we get the Baker Hughes data. Total rig count prior 563 and oil rig count prior 461. We're also expected to hear from Fed's Harker appearing on CNBC.
Out two more here into 730 target. Holding two runners, 60 average, stop at 65s. Not really looking for more until we can show 20 to 30 as offer. Once we do that, then we have room. Just gonna let this run. And if this 20, if we lose this 20, should be able to do the rotation down into this liquidity we've got on footprint at like 700 to 680. Again, that's 30 level, 20 to 30 is a good risk off with RTY being in our value low edge. This could easily need to trade back up to like 60 for a reoffer. Let's see. 20, 30. 60. 5. Good job, dude. This is how I currently am positioning. Start 85.95 that we talked about, waiting for that Russell weakness, playing that into our 50 to 60, taking risk off, allowing runners to run, adding once we saw that weakness and that offer step down at 65s to 60, and then playing that secondary leg down into 30. Just being patient. It's easy when you know, like, all you need to do is wait for Russell to actually break, and then there's an actual trade. Trying to be a little too quick on the trigger. It's just not always great kind of markets. Great job, Kolsky.
Carney says Canada agreed with G7 to invite in its Modi, adding India central to a number of crucial supply chains.
I will be right back. There's 50 seconds until
Also, surely
intermissions.
expecting the Baker Hughes data and expected to hear from Fed's Harker on CNBC.
I have to use the bathroom though. I'll be right back.
Total recount 599, 599.
It's like I got stopped there.
Oil rig count 442, 442.
Hmm. I feel like 50 to 60 might be playable for long for rotation back up, or if offer flips that. I'm gonna give it a second. There might be something here. We're watching to see if this POC is being respected, basically, from a previous candle.
We have like a 0-tick test. We're still under it, but when I look at a lot of underlines, they're quite neutral. They are all trading together here, though. And we did see some divergence on the sells, so it's like a little bit of a no man's land.
Yeah,
through
literally the
this
middle.
edge. Yeah.
I want to watch our interaction in a 50. I wasn't here for it, so I gotta keep it
It was
patient.
pretty quick.
Carney says call with China's premier was the start of a process of recalibrating relationship with China. Izhaka says I see steadiness in solid latest jobs data, speaking on CNBC.
So that offer is still there at 65, but this hold at 50 is really solid. I'm gonna try small with the stop at 50 here. There's a chance I get stopped out. It's whatever. I think it's worth the attempt.
Harker says firms want policy certainty and they're not getting it.
What did he say?
Adding much of tariff impacts are yet to be felt. Harker says Fed policy is moderately restrictive. Harker says now is the time for the Fed to hold steady and watch data. Carney says Parliament should sit long enough to pass trade bill.
I got stopped there. Russell leading down. Watching our value low edge again.
Boeing said to restart jet handovers to China amid trade spat. Harker says taking preemptive action would be a mistake.
Like, is this not just a bid? I don't know. 40 makes sense to me on NQ. Especially if ES can hold here as well, and Russell holds our value edge. But if RTY starts to lead down, then we might have an issue. Just gotta really pay attention as we push down into this 30 to 40. It's our value low of previous candle. We push down into this. A good long? I mean, you either play the low or you look for a break and hold above our highs, right? So it's you always have two opportunities in a balance for a long. You can either play just the balance low, where we know that there's a bid, so in dollar 20 to 35, right? Or you can just play the break. I don't think that 70 is a great long.
So just a reminder, at the
But
bottom
we'll
of the
see.
hour, Trump is to sign executive orders. There's no live stream video for this that we found as of yet. If we do find one, of course, we'll put it out for you on the feed.
The only reason I say that is because, like, you've got, I mean, unless you're like willing to play for like 12 points.
So reminder with Trump at 1:30 p.m. That's closed press.
I'd like a
and
bit
it's
more than
supposed
that.
to be in the Oval Office. Then 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump participates in a swearing-in ceremony for the Secretary of the Navy, again at the Oval Office and closed press.
Because like you've got like if okay, say let's say we flip our 65 offer, and that goes supportive. Where are we headed? Well, to our value edge, right? And where's our value edge? It's sitting at 85. So that's just our original short location. So is like that 15 points of potential profitability worth the risk there? I don't know. Bit iffy. But if RTY holds our low again, and we're also at our pivots on ES and NQ, that can be a great rotation for a push back up to our offer. You know? So like we're seeing a bid here at in this low, and if like Russell holds these lows and ES holds these lows, you don't need a breakout for this to still be a profitable trade. Just understanding where the last buying opportunity was. You just play up into this 65. If RTY is going to hold, right? And then you just are playing the balance. So is it better to try to trade here for this risk, or just play off of the known low into our known offer? You get me? Do you see how that's like... Like that's 30 points, and then this would be like 15. So it's double the risk to reward by just playing the actual balance itself rather than trying for a break. That's at least how I look at it. The best longing opportunity will be the rebid of our value edge is supportive, and then a rotation through balance, right? Because then we have POC as target, and then we have value high as target. But until then,
That concludes Harker's comments on CNBC.
it's a bit iffy.
Thirty seconds here, new 15s.
Quite loud. So to me, this is just our offer, right? 65.75. If this pushes in here and then we rotate back, we should just
Still
see another
expecting Fed
rotation
reverse
like this.
reappropriation data.
So we'll see what happens. RTY lower high, holding POC as resistance so far. Gonna need to see a bit more from buyers. Or again, this is just our top edge.
Twenty-four counterparties take $149.284 billion at Fed reverse reappropriation.
What did I get tagged in? Alert. Oh. There's nothing here for me personally. I'm not in from the low, so just chilling.
Iran's foreign minister says no exact date has been set for the next round of Iran-US discussions. Tehran will respond to the recent US proposal in days. And then Oman's foreign minister will then set the time and place for the negotiations.
If we can flip 85.95, I'll be so much more interested in this movement. What? Use your brain, Kiz. I believe in you. Are we above or below the pivot I just mentioned?
So that's a lot of faith in Kiz.
Well,
Ten minutes to go until we're expected to hear from Trump signing executive orders. There's still no video found yet, but it is closed press and it'll be at the Oval Office. It doesn't say exactly what those executive orders will be either. According to Business Insider, Amazon freezes hiring budget for its big retail business this year.
so NQ is now pushed above our value edge at 85, which is incredibly important if we are going to build higher. We're keeping an eye on Russell here at 125.4, which was our pivot from earlier. This is POC on the daily. If we can sustain above POC here and find a bid at our halfway back in POC on Russell, there is the ability for the market to continue, right? So we'll watch to see if this can hold a higher low and rotate up. We'll watch to see if NQ can find a bid here and flag at our 85.95 on a retest of our value edge for rotations up to at least 12, right? Like up into our Globex high. So we'll just watch to see if we can sustain here. This is ES into a very good risk off target, our 30-second opening range low, as well as our value edge. We need to see ES also follow through here. We are looking to see if the market is willing to take in higher. We want to see this happen. We want to see this happen. Oops. Why is it still drawing? What is going on? We need to see a bid step back in, show interest, or it's just the same as before where this gets stuffed and then we rotate back down. So let's see what we can do. We don't want to lose momentum here. Looks good so far.
We have posted out the article from Business Insider on the Financial News feed for you to read through. Again, Amazon freezes hiring budget for its big retail business this year. Also, about 5 minutes away until we're expected to hear from Trump signing executive orders. Not clear on what
Here we
what it will
go.
be, but it is closed press, so it's not open to the public. We're still trying to find a video. When we do, of
He's supposed to
course,
have a
we'll
call
pop it
with
out
Musk
for you.
today as well, right? Or no? I thought I read that yesterday. That got canceled? Oh, okay. Unlucky. So is NQ retesting our value edge? Offer getting a little heavy above us, 90.95. If that holds, we might be in trouble for any long attempt. Need to see that become supportive again very quickly. Russell leading down, ES holding our value edge as resistance. So watch your offer here. I think you're going to have a decent amount of people trying this as a short, where they see it like this, where they're putting a stop at the highs, and they're going to be looking to be playing this rotation through. Which I don't think is a bad trade. It's just a bit rough because we're holding value as right now. I don't think it's a bad trade. It's the same thing on ES, right? Where you're shorting your 30-second opening range mid to high, and then you're looking for your rotation through. My issue is that if Russell does find a bid and NQ is still maintaining at our value, then you squeeze these guys pretty quickly, and then we pop. So as long as you know where your risk is and when you're wrong, right? I don't think this is a bad thing, but I think there'll be a better opportunity. Just keep that in mind.
Microsoft shares hit all-time high of $470.61, last up 0.62%.
We have 30 seconds till new 15s. Hopefully we get a decision at the open of that candle. Is this just a flag at our value edge for rotation up to POC on NQ, or are we going to lose this? Is 95 to like 804 going to stay offer? If so, then rotations back down make a lot of sense to me. Just keep an eye on it and to the close of this candle, 10 seconds. Russell below POC currently.
So just a reminder, yesterday, as a summary from the news, that Microsoft shares closed at a record on Thursday, taking out all-time high that stood for nearly a year as investors increasingly see the software giant as a major winner with AI.
Major winner. It's true, they are.
Major winner.
Still no live video of Trump. That said, it is closed press, so it's not open to the public.
Again, watch Russell into our value edge retest. That could lead to one more down. If RTY is able to bid back through and NQ is able to continue to sustain at our value edge, we're just looking for this to become supportive for upside. And then you're targeting like 26 to 35 above. Just give it some time. Again, I think there are a lot of people who are trying to load the boat here. And if we can push through this, I think we can squeeze for sure. Squeeze them. I won't personally be looking for this short until we see 85 offer on retest. Because all we're seeing into this is just buyers taking in aggressively sellers that are sitting here. So for me, like I need to see this curl over, and then I need to see this then flip offer for that rotation through. It's the same trade that we traded earlier, right? Which is this to the downside. But I need to see them step in here again, like they did last time, into these lows, where it just is going to feel really bad. You can hear my dog vomiting. Nothing more sad than an old pup. Nothing sadder. Yeah, she just like, it's not even like she's puking up food, it's just like liquid. It's like bad acid reflux is what it kind of feels like. The worst is that like she's just so scared. Like she thinks I'm gonna be mad at her. Like not like what I can't do anything. It's not your fault. You're just old.
Old dog.
Yeah, I like walk in there and she just like looks at me like I'm gonna like beat her. It's like, why would you? Why do you think this? Like what happened to you? She like straight up still has PTSD from being a rescue dog, even though I've had her for ever since she was a pup. She's like when she does something wrong, it's like she it does not compute. Yeah, man, we gotta just wait this out. I don't think that there's anything wrong with playing off of 85-95 Sparrow, but you're gonna have to have a little bit of a wider stop into 85s. Again, I don't think there's anything wrong with it for upside, but yes, you need Russell follow through. The thing is like if we offer 85s on the other side, like this is going to be really heavy on the bid. They can be punished severely. I think there will be a better opportunity. But if you wanted to play with 10 points of risk, 85-95 is not bad. Your first target just has to be 15s and then 30s above that. So this is what I'm seeing so far off this area, which is why I said it's a little interesting here from 85.95. Right, we can see these selling deltas into that 85.95. We can see this bid trying now here at 805. So like to me, it's a bit interesting because these guys can potentially be stuffed and then we can rotate through, but we still need that confirmation over 15s for really anything with real potential. Just like a scalping opportunity right now, seeing that these guys were absorbed. The problem is like Russell is so flat.
Yes, is really like lagging structure as well.
Let me post what this in this. Yeah, this is what I'm seeing on Footprint. They're just seeing like this take in of size here from 85 to 95, and then this going supportive here. And now the bid really attempting into this 805. So if we can push, I'd like to see us at least tag into this 815 where these sellers were previously. And if that can go supportive, then we can go up. If this goes offer and we get back below these people who are selling, we should accelerate through rather quickly. So as long as this area is still showing as somewhat supportive and we're not getting looks below, I'm not too worried. But as soon as we start to see a seller step on the gas below this, I'm out. Just does not make sense to try. This is target here into 815. At least first target. Yeah, that's the most likely scenario. Right, because if these buyers go off sides here, then what have we created? Well, yeah. So like these guys then will be off, and then we'll rotate back through this balance from earlier. That's at least the idea. I'm gonna go check on the doggo while I wait. I'll be right back. Okay. Hmm. I think we can get probably another like 10 points, 6 points on NQ. I don't know if it's worth. Russell into this edge is a little concerning. Surely we can at least hit like ESV WAP, right? And NQ into 26. Surely.
This 15-minute holds in value. I think we should get the full oscillation to the edge. And like NQ's already done it, right? It's an upper
Yeah.
structure.
Problem is I only have one NQ contract here. Hmm. Yeah.
Spot gold falls around 1%.
The lack of interest is just so passive. This 15. Need to get over 20s ASAP. Testing now. Yes, leading this move up. 07 is Globex high and VWAP. Russell, a little bit more room. I think I'm... I'm gonna move my stop from 85 to 7 or to 811. Just to secure profit just in case can't get through.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Trump is planning to extend TikTok deadline again.
Hell
Further
yeah.
into this, with a mid-June deadline approaching and trade talks with China in limbo, Trump is expected to sign an executive order staving off enforcement of a law banning or forcing the sale of the app, according to people familiar with this plan.
Big talk.
Night, Kiz.
We have posted out the article on the Financial News feed for you to read through.
Tagged there. Plus 300, but I'll wait. I'm not trying to sit in this for an hour.
Oh, are they doing that again, or is that still going on?
This is a new one. Starts in 2 days.
Mm.
It's a 5-day challenge.
Holy.
Starting at Sunday is kind of ass. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
All the Bitcoin boys are going to be trading all night.
We have 100K
Yeah.
by New York Open.
It's going to be really annoying. $25K account size, 5 watt max per instrument per product. There's a high chance that this can keep going, guys. This was a good hold into our low so far. Let's see what happens. I'm not mad at how we're building here. It's just a bit too slow for me to care. But structurally, like if you have runners, I don't think anything has really shifted that we need to be worried about as of yet. Hopefully they give level 2 data again. That was really cool.
Yeah.
Really, that wasn't a fluke. It's so stupid. Therapy chatbot tells recovering addict to have a little meth as a treat is so good. Should just push into 35s here. It's our value edge. It's a very good hold into our low there. Watch to see our interaction here. What I posted above on the footprint is exactly what I want to see when we're trending upwards. Basically just like buyers taking in those sellers into the low, holding it, sustaining it, and then bidding through. The issue now is like there's nothing up here. Like I don't like we absorbed pretty much everything instantly last attempt into this 50 to 60. So now that we're at target, I'm unsure. Does Russell into VWAP? Yes, there's a bit more room. Can go to 13. See if we can push to 60s here on NQ. Off our hold of 35s. This is POC on ES.
You'll see there, yes.
Offer sitting at 58s on NQ.
Canada is looking at measures to ensure steel firms have liquidity. So, Canada's Industry Minister Jolie speaking to reporters.
I mean, we're just into the previous absorption. It makes sense that supply is here. This is target. Do we expect to just push through immediately? No. Got to eat up all the supply that's sitting, right? So does it make sense that we are choppy into target? Yeah, it means our target was good. Our value high on NQ. It's our POC on ES. It's Russell's VWAP retest as resistance. It's just its resistance, you know? Like, let's zoom out and see what happened the last 3 attempts that happened here. Well, it was resistance. It was resistance, right? So we're going to need to see quite a bit to push through. But if we can push over 60s, then we have this upper auction that we can trade through. But until then, yeah. That is that. So Sparrow, when you say I feel like we're a bit toppy, we're getting pretty toppy, what are you doing with that information other than just writing that in chat? What's your idea? Well, paper trading what? Like, what do you... Like, walk me through what your idea is. Are you shorting 50 to 60? So you shorted 45. So 45 is where the bid is. The offer is at 60 or 50. So it's a bit rough. I mean, it might be fine. I just don't know where your stop is. That's why I just want to walk through it because, like, when you say stuff like that in chat, I don't know if you're trading or not. But like, it's like, okay, I feel like we're a bit toppy. So what needs to happen for us to break down? Should be your next question, right? Like, we've clearly lost some momentum here. Now, what do we do? Because loss of momentum, but still holding higher lows is still just trend up. So what makes me actually get a entry that gives me solid risk to reward for a downside move where I can still have a good R&R where I know where I am wrong? Right? Because if I'm shorting 45s, and that's where the bid is clearly resting, it's low. And we know that 50 to 60 above is offer. It's like, okay, well, now I'm trapped in a 5-point range, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong. So how do we make this a better situation for us if we do think that this is the top? What do we need to look for? Yes, great job, Ty. 10 seconds to new 15s. My point again is we always talk about this, but like if you're gonna short, you short at the top, not where the bid's resting, right? So it's a bit rough because like we know that there was a seller here before, I just got filled on one contract into 58. We'll see if we get a continuation here. But like, we're not showing anything that we need to yet for you to not just think that this is just consolidation from previous supply, right? But what I mean by that is like, we've pushed up into target, and just like Ty said, this is where we saw the bid get absorbed last time, from a look above and then a look in and then a failure and a look below, right? So that's what happened on this last attempt in this area. This is why we have this area marked. So what was the short opportunity here on the last look over? If we just look left historically, we got a look above, a bid at our 50s, a look into our 60 for a lower high, right? And then what did we get? We took out our buyer at 50s, and then this became our offer, and then we got a rotation down. So why is this a much better setup compared to just being like, we look toppy, I'm in a short? Well, because we have a catalyst above, right? We're seeing that offer step down, and we're taking out previous buyers and now offering it with these guys off sides into highs, right? Giving us an opportunity then to play this down. Right, so like when we get into the areas like this is our risk off from longs from lower, and then we're looking to see how the auction interacts without taking out the lows and holding our value. The only thing you can do here is try to short this 50 for rotations down to 45, right, to 40, 45. Because we have a fixed range where we have a very clear auction that is trading between this 51 and this 42, right? So when you try to enter into this low, you are the liquidity for us to go higher. And you can see that on footprint as well of everyone else who tried to short 45s here, right? You become the liquidity. These guys were absorbed. Passive buyers absorbed these aggressive sellers into 45. And now we have a bid that stepped up and is rotating higher. So like, let's say this guy now who's above our fixed range, right? Our auction that just took place here between these two areas. Let's say that this guy can't push higher. And then we see a look back in, and then we offer through. That's a really great early sign that this guy is going to be offsides. We should then watch to see if this lower high can continue, and then if we can really start to show that interest below. That leads to downside, because now we have a trapped buyer who is outside of our already identified range, right? Then we look for the lower highs, and then this guy to remain off sides into this high, and then we look for the rotation below our value low for that continuation down. Great job, Ty. This is target 62. Not sure if we go higher. Russell's still just oscillating a few up. Unsure. We've got sellers at 45 who are offside and sellers at 55 who are offsides. We're just trying to see if we can maintain. I mean, the only reason I even brought it up is because it's like, again, it becomes a risk off. It doesn't become a short entry without a break of structure, without any sort of shift of our participants. All you're doing is like putting money on red, right? Like on a table. Like it's not. You're not playing with anyone who's actually moving the market. You're actually just, it's a gamble. Well, I mean, every trade is setting yourself up for potential failure. I mean, it's all risk. But what you're doing is you're not playing with someone who's actively moving the market. You're literally just trading off of a line on a chart, right? There's no participant who's pushing with size in a direction other than you're counter trending the person who is pushing with size, which is the long from lower, right? So it's just one of those things where it's like a constant reminder of, do I move the market, or do I need to wait for participants to move said market and then trade with them in the direction that they're trading? Right? And if I want to counter trend, who is offsides currently that I'm looking to be punished? Right? It's one of those. So it's just one of these things where it's like I need to remember that unless something drastically changes, yeah, 45 is still good. I mean, I wouldn't really worry about. It's about where you're putting on risk, right? So as long as you're giving yourself a wide enough stop and you're trading at an edge and you're maintaining your plan, it is not a bad trade. The problem is when you enter in the middle because you missed that edge and then you are putting your stop at the low, right? Or the high. Like it's incredibly important that you understand like why an area is worth trading.
We've talked about this before too, Sparrow, and you even said in your first thing where you were like average down, every trade review I've done with you, your average down entry was correct. So I think that's the moral of like what Sig's been getting at, where so you gotta just like breathe sometimes. Like you're taking a setup as a trigger, and then you're entering secondary on a good trigger, which is a confirmation signal or a good retest or an actual look into liquidity, because there's like anxiety and pressure then because you're in a position that's red and it's forcing you to do the right thing instead of the anxiety that you're not in a position. They're very different feelings.
And like I just to add on again, like trying to nail perfect execution with entry is very difficult. And if your goal is to never have any drawdown in a trade on entry, you're going to have a very hard time. It's kind of not even, it's not sustainable. But if you are trading and executing in an area that makes sense, and you have a stop that is wide enough for you to not get stopped out wicking, right? Where you're just trading in an invalidation box, right? You're trading a set amount of risk at an edge, and you are looking for rotations. Like you just let that be and you let it play. Either you're right or you're wrong. Trying to like nail the perfect to the tick trade every time is going to set yourself up where you're missing a lot of opportunities because you're too scared to actually enter. Like you just have to trust the process. You have to trust your edges. You have to trust where buyers and sellers are and trade the rotation. Like you can't be like I'm working on execution and then buy the mid. Like that's you're lying to yourself. You're not doing that. You're doing the opposite of that. This just looks like a trap to me. If 50 to 55 holds offer, then maybe there's something here on a look back below 40s. But all we did was trade into the low and then offer here. So if sell side's sitting here 50 to 55 and then we rotate below 40s, then there's potentially something here, but the potential to trap is so high here. Russell's still holding POC as supportive. Again, let's talk about, I just went over this. We want to maintain that these guys are offsides. We have looked below, we have traded back in. This is our value edge now. So my risk should be here for shorts, in my opinion, or in a look below and then hold of here. If this holds as resistance, then we can look for this downside leg. But we want to see these lower highs and this offer stepping down. If the bid is back here now from a look below, a rotation up to our highs, and then we bid here, this is a longing opportunity on any look over. Because these guys are now offsides, and then we rotate back through. Right, like who's being punished currently? These guys here, and these guys here. Who's going to win? "30 seconds till new 15s. Squeezed. Russell full rotation from hold of POC. We can start to build a bid above 50-55. This is probably a buy. Just give this a second to figure it out. Clearly some news somewhere.
Trump says, I'm meeting with China on June 9th in London. NYMEX WTI crude. So Trump here just says that Besant, Lutnick and Greer are to go to the June 9th China meeting.
We are looking to see if bids can sustain this like 50-55 area on our highs and get over 60. Or if they are going to trap here on the Swick high and we're not going to retrace. We held our lows decently well. We're now watching to see if this is going to move up like that, or if we crawl back through and then rotate down. I'm only really interested in a long here, or we step below 40s and then offer. Just gonna give this a second to play.
So some more color through the full Truth Social from Trump there, where he said, "I'm pleased to announce that Secretary of the Treasury, Besant, Commerce Secretary Lutnick, and USTR's Greer will be meeting in London on Monday, June 9th, with representatives of China, with reference to the trade deal." So no reference of Trump himself attending the meeting. He did note, though, that the meeting should go very well. Again, this is according to a post on Truth Social.
Move stops
So
up or take
NYMEX
some risk
WTI
off
crude
as we
July
rotate up into
futures
this wick
settle
high.
at $64.58 a barrel, which is up $1.21 or 1.91% on the session.
Taking off a bit more here.
ES value high.
So why do those wicks matter? Why were we informed that that was a better hold for a long than a short? What was the idea there? What do we understand about value and liquidity?
Time to mute the server.
How do you not already have it muted? Holy.
Oh,
It's like Darian who doesn't mute servers. I don't understand. It would
I
drive
have
me
most
nuts.
things muted.
Is anyone gonna answer my question or no? Why was the 50 bid good? What did our news candle do? Shot up and then held, and then we saw a bid step in to absorb, and then we sustained, right? So if it was bearish and we saw the opposite, then we'd be short, right? But instead we saw them sweep through the low liquidity from news. So we swept through all the orders up here, and then we saw them hold the lows and sustain a bid. To me, that's bullish. And then we look for the retracement and the rotation back up to the news candle. Highs. Because we didn't take out our low. We know that there's nothing has shifted here. Right? Like, so what? How is this a short? Like, if this remained offsides and then we did this instead, where we offered below and then rotated down, I'd be like, oh yeah, this is a massive short, ready to go. But like, it's the same thing with FOMC. We get a directional decision where we find where that liquidity is. That now is your risk off. And we know where that low was, is where buyers stepped back in. So now I'm playing around these two areas. You need to stop trying to short 45s, brother.
Walmart CFO says that consumer spending has been largely consistent. Brent crude futures settle at $66.47 a barrel, which is up $1.13 or 1.73%.
Yeah, I mean, there's potential. Sure. I mean, there's always potential for downside, right? But we've already gone over what needs to happen. These guys need to be off sides. We need to do our rotation to this low. We need to meet our seller. And then we need to see that offer actually step down and through. And then we offer from the opposite side, from the look below and then the hold, right? I don't want to be shorting inside this range unless I'm attempting at the edge high. This does not make sense. Is 60 still a valid short? Yes, and you should be risking off here into 40. And if we push below 40 here and then offer 40, 45, amazing. Secondary shorting opportunity. But like your shorts are always at the high, not the low. If we get the breakdown and then the continuation here, then surely, yeah, sure. Great, go for it. But like if we don't hold this and offer, then you're like shit out of luck because all we're going to do is eat these guys up here again and then bid right back through. This is why we want to be putting risk on into our high edges and then play off with someone who's offsides, rather than trying to short where buyers are seeing value now. That's a terrible bet.
Indeed, you do.
All right, 40 seconds till new 15s. I am back. Fifteen seconds. I mean, what you need to do is just like look at the trend and be like, where is liquidity? And like, we know liquidity is here, and we have a stacked imbalance here. We have liquidity here. And so it's like going to be very hard to not treat this area as discount for buyers until we see some like dramatic rotation through. Unless sellers go crazy here, I think the sell's probably almost done. Just keeping an eye on Russell back down into these lows. This offer needs to hold like 41 to 51 here for any short downside, and we want Russell follow through. If RTY bids into the low, I don't like it at all.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US consumer credit data for April. Forecast 10 billion on the prior 10.172 billion.
It will be right big.
Later, Kevin. So all we've done is hold our PVZ POC on NQ and RTY, rotating back up. If we push over 51s, I think sell side's kind of invalidated short term. It's just a Russell oscillation. It's very hard to get breakdowns without RTY participation, just like we talked about. Yep. I haven't had rallies in so long. Their fries are good. Fry seasoning is so good. I don't think I've
It's been
ever been
5
to a
minutes time now. At
rallies.
the top of the hour, we see the release of the US consumer credits for
That-
April. Forecast 10 billion on the prior 10.172 billion.
I don't think I've ever been to a rallies that has a working milkshake machine. I'm almost positive I've never been to one that has one. But their fries are good. A great area to take a little risk off. See if we can bid here, 40 to 50. On the flip from POC hold, Russell, just keep an eye on your oscillation. We've got a little bit more room on the oscillation. Again, we don't expect anything other than balance while Russell is sitting sideways. Just does not make sense. Save yourself some pain.
What is rallies? Walk back.
Checkers?
Is that checkers as rallies?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
I don't even know if there's a checkers around me.
Later, Pradeep, man. Have a good weekend, brother. Unlucky.
I don't know. Might not be. Might be.
Get good fries.
1 minute now to the US consumer credit.
It's like one of our guilty pleasures in college. Like having a bad day, go get like a extra large fry.
They're putting or they put a Wendy's in a couple blocks away from me. Now I got everything.
I don't know, the
The
last
whole
time I went to a
shebang.
Wendy's. That's like the target of fast food. They try to be a little classier, but it's not.
10 seconds.
Offer sitting 40. Sorry.
No, I mean I'm just tired. The 4 for 4 came out when I was in college, and I like walked past one to get to my house. I think I ate Wendy's
Still
every day.
waiting.
Legit every day.
17.873 billion, 17.873 billion, higher than forecast 10 billion.
This offer has to be so serious if this is real. It's the same as before, 40 to 51. Because if they don't hold this and shift, it's going to be a very bad sign for sellers. Like if we can push through this guy right here, should be.
So prior revised for US consumer credit, revised down to 8.599 billion from 10.172 billion.
See if they can absorb here again. Good so far. Seller needs to step down a bit more. We're playing off of these guys right here. These buyers just got absorbed, right? We can see that. We need to push below this 30 and then offer it for downside. Or we need to see a very clear bid back above this absorption into these highs. As soon as we take these guys out and we see a secondary buyer step in, that should give upside movement. We hold this and continue to absorb into this, like this 51 basically, and then push below 30s. I think that we then see downside movement to at least 15. So just have to wait and see what happens here on Russell in the top of range. If it oscillates and rotates down, then we can continue. If not, that's such a Horatio comment. Could he be more random? By the way, hasn't said anything in days. Random, he.
True.
Yeah, I mean, if RTY leads, then yes, definitely. But I really would like to see us show that interest over 50 for confirmation. If RTY just double tops here, then like that's that. Get me out of here. Come on, Russell. They're still advertising 50.
The White House issues a statement on Trump's airspace order. So that must be the executive order which was signed under closed press environment today, as Trump signed an action to ensure continued US drone leadership today.
Weird this week. Found most success at lunchtime by the low and just hold. Interesting.
RTY looking here in the upper structure.
Need over 50s for anything real on NQ. They just are gonna absorb.
Trump also signed an action today strengthening US cybersecurity.
Early. How do you strengthen US cybersecurity when you dismantle the networks that are protecting our cybersecurity from Russia and China? Explain that one to me.
Just more GPUs, you know? Surely that'll fix it.
The executive order was that they'll lock the front door. Got it, got it.
You can't get your door kicked in if it's unlocked, you know?
Just remove the door.
Yeah, no doors. No one can come through the door if there is no door.
They are really trying to maximize pain in this area. Yeah, ES is literally sideways, bro.
It's a little rough.
I'd say it is definitely unchanged. That is true.
They took the door off.
It is a barcode. I don't trade this until I have confluence in market, personally.
The White House also puts out a comment saying that Trump signed an executive order to promote supersonic aviation in the US.
Ooh.
Supersonic. I don't know, man. He's probably short. And calling people idiots. That's his personality.
Not wrong.
Yes, I remember the bear den in the most bullish market in the last 100 years. Did I? I don't remember that. It's so hard, man, because we have like such different time horizons, Avery and I. He was screaming in voice chat.
I mean, voice chat used to be insane, man.
Yeah. It was entertaining, but also absolute
know.
chaos.
I don't know if it was entertaining.
There's a lot of copium in voice chat before. That's for sure. Do I think Trump had puts on Tesla yesterday? I don't know. I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. Trump himself? No. This man is making so much money off of all of his other things that he's shilling. He doesn't need Trump short Tesla. Like, he's got like 7 different cryptos. He's selling watches. He's selling apparel. He's selling the government. You know, like, it's shorting Tesla. I don't know. Yeah, maybe Barron is. Do I think people in his cabinet probably were? Yeah. But Trump himself, I don't know. This grind down is interesting. Can we just like wick into 800, 810 and then bid, like mega bid, please? That would be ideal. Like tag into VWAP and then just find a buyer. Like there's nothing here. This is just our last bid where we caught sellers offsides into 810, 820 on the upside move. Right here. The real question motivation is, did Elon have puts? You don't just go on Twitter and start waging war and think that like your stock's going up. All right, let's see if we find a bid here. This is a great risk off if you are in a short. Let's see if we flip or if this is where bids are found again. Liquidity resting at 800. We can't get over 10s. This could rotate down to 780. I need to see a bit more. I'm not convinced yet. Watching Russell into our 30-second opening range high. ES into VWAP and Globex high. You've got a offer at 20. Let's see what happens here. Okay, there's so much chatting. How do you get the information in right corner? Right. Oh, this chart here, Mohammed. This one. Is that what you're talking about?
Really keeping an eye on ESNQ. Looking into lower structure here.
Mohammed, are you still here or no?
Yeah, well, you had like a lot of underlines kind of showing weakness there. Nvidia, full value rotation, Microsoft. A lot of the up strength was Microsoft initially. Came back down. Apple retrace.
Bid is really trying here at 810. We really need to show over interest over 20s, or this is just not really anything. See what we can do here. Like, this should be, if we were in any other market conditions, this would be where you'd be looking for a short. This is ES into POC as retest, NQ into POC as retest into this like 26 off of PVZ. But Russell diverging has me shook, so I don't know. I'm trying a small long here, 5 points of risk. I'm not going to add more size until things confirm, but I'm watching to see if we're going to get a higher or lower, if this will flip, and then these sellers will be, these buyers will be offsides at like 805, 810. Just waiting for confirmation here in 1. Let's see if they can hold this. I most likely immediately flip if we reoffer it. Twenty seconds till new 15s. New 15s opening. trying the same thing again here.
We hold these edges. I like really want to see full oscillations back into our kind of high ranges, or at least NQ towards like 50.
Hmm. So slow. Just need to show interest over 15s is what it looks like. I mean, there's clearly someone taking in, but it's both sides. Yeah, maybe waiting for that RTY trigger would be better. We'll see. Not stopped yet. I'll be patient. Did you see the newest conspiracy theory? They're trying. They're trying with full cope right now. This is all 60 chess. To
Yeah, that this was planned.
yeah, this is planned. Calling Trump a pedophile was planned.
True.
Yeah. There's two conspiracies. The first one is this gets Elon his left leaning consumers back on his side. That's the less crazy one. Then the more crazy conspiracy is that this is all part of a bigger picture, and Trump and Elon are tweeting next to each other, and he's still in the Oval Office, and this is all a ruse to make Democrats open the Epstein files and show that he's not in it, and that all the Democrats are instead, and basically bait them into it. Into our 15 here again. See if the offer holds. Decent amount of sell side who's off sides into that 805. We just need to flip over this. We're so close to confirming. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's crazy to think that there aren't people on both sides of the party line who are absolute creeps and that are definitely on that list. And the reason why the people don't want it out is because it would damage the reputation of a lot of very powerful people. Because the argument is like, well, if Trump was on the list, why wouldn't they have used it against him? And it's like, because Bill Clinton's probably on that list too, bud. You know, like
Yeah, it's the only actual like bipartisan
Yeah.
issue
It's
to
'cause
like keep the
they're-
old guard in.
yeah, they're all creeps, brother. Like, what do you mean? Ugh. They're all egomaniacs with like a power fetish. Like, there's probably a lot of people on that list. GME, brother. GME chart.
A
That's
YouTube
crazy.
chatter.
Yeah. GME. Tesla looks terrible. Holy shit.
Yeah.
GME. Earnings next week. I have no thoughts, but I'll look at it very quickly for you.
They'd refund all of their new switches.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Unlucky. Staples into the screen. Such a terrible packaging design.
Oh,
What are they doing?
welcome to 2025.
This looks awful. People are still trading GME. This is crazy. Hide. I mean, I don't like. What do you even say about this?
We will rescue you at 500, I promise.
Like these people are cocked up here. I mean, like this has to stay supportive. This 2910 to like these highs, these lows need to stay supportive if you want upside. If this fails, like just expect this to rotate at least back down to here. Like this needs to continue to bid and hold, and you need to see a very clear look from this hold for rotations above, then you can go up. If we can confirm that there is liquidity here and they're willing to take. Because if not, like this rotation down is going to happen quickly. You basically need to see if these buyers who were willing to take and hold previous sell side value that was here are now continuing to take in this size and then take out these sellers just like they did here, right? This is the same dynamic. You need to see this go supportive for upside. In this area from like 29.55 to 29.10 needs to continue to remain supportive. These dips need to be bought or expect rotations through. That's the best I got for you on GME. I don't know, this thing is a blight. Sucks that 15's held. It's pretty rough. We push below 780, then rotations to 750s is pretty likely. Need to see a supportive bid hold here. This is where we absorbed pretty heavily on the last attempt. So if we look at this is where we are right now. So this is where we took in a decent amount of size and we're willing to then rotate up, punishing these guys into these lows here from like 785, 790, right? So this needs to go supportive because if we are now holding this 15 seller and we're now rotating and the offers moving down to 805, there's a good chance that this can continue to rotate if we don't immediately see this continue to bid and absorb here and then get back over this 15. It's at least how I see it. It's a bit rough. Very garbage sell. All right, this is this buyer. So this is first test into our edge. You say don't trade GME and get back trading. I should have, but it's whatever. We have 15 seconds until new 15-minute candles. Just holding VWAP as resistance and our Globex high on NQ. Russell is sideways at day open. ES holding our overnight high and VWAP as well. New 15 is opening now. Bid is really attempting here again at 10s. They keep baiting me with this area. This hold looks good. Fuck. Let's see if we can
MOC
actually...
in 5.
Yeah, let's see if we can garner any interest over 15 on this attempt. If I can make up for some of these scratch hits we took down here. I need to see like 10 to 15 flip supportive for this to have validity. Watching our retest now. See if they absorb here or if we can actually hold. Gotta absorb, absorb, absorb here. I think below 800 bid is completely lost. Need to continue to see them just try to eat orders at this 810 area. Two minutes till MOC. People risking off into the weekend just in case. Wonder if that's what it is. On Tesla.
So 1 minute now until we get the market on close imbalance for the last time this week.
MOC 20 seconds.
Ten seconds.
Still maintaining our range. I will probably attempt one last trade on whatever direction we break.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 510 million. Nasdaq 100 buy side 55 million. Dow 30 buy side 188 million. The Mag 7 a buy side of 105 million.
Good bid on RTY. MQ holding our low so far. Show me interest over 15s, please. Because if not, we're going to 775. Top of our range here on NQ.
That is nice. Good bot.
Into our 15 offer here again. Surely we can breach. If you are playing off of our low of our balance, this is a great first risk off into our high balance on NQ. Need to see this pierce through and show interest above this 15. Offer still just sitting here. If we can do that, we should be able to trade to 35s. Until then, though, you gotta at least move stops up into top of barrel. Yeah, dude, actually brutal. Tesla's pushing.
Yeah.
Holding our
Back to an
highs.
old school Friday.
Absorbed again into 15. Yeah, you can treat them as like auction pivots, Alejandro. It's like I expect them to be flipping points on a flip and hold above or a flip and hold below. Until then, that's like where your liquidity on either side of value is resting. Yeah, I stream every day of the week. But if you if you're not a member of our Discord, then I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday for free. But I stream every day of the week. But you can catch me live for $0. $0. Monday, Wednesday, Friday from like 10:30 to close usually. What's selling? It's not Tesla. Broadcom, really? Another full rotation here on our range. Russell leading up. Super divergence between these two. NQ failing again to push through and hold. Not a lot here. We know that the bid's at this 95, but if RTY loses momentum into Globex high here, as NQ tests into 13 to, or into like our 15s, we could see a much larger sell in the close. So we need to see Russell continue to push, and we need to see interest above, or things can get a little dicey here into our like 10 to 20 basically as offer. Please be careful. Just balance on NQ. Same thing on ES, like 08s and 13s.
So we're seeing reports that Tesla's Optimus robot division chief Milan Kovac is due to depart.
Uh-oh. One minute till close. 10 to 20 still holding offer, no change. Russell starting to lose a little momentum here. NQ back to lows. Immediate bid so far. See if offer steps down again. We'd be expecting him into 805 if they were going to break this range low. Huge size at 800s on sell side. Probably heading to 75s would be my guess if this 800 can hold. Testing. That's closed, by the way.
Ding, ding, ding. Enjoy your weekend, guys. Let me know if anyone needs anything. Hang out outside for a bit.
Peace, man.
Bye.
Looking for a little bit more. All right, well, I can't be bothered to sit here any longer. I think 75's come. Russell continues to fall, but I'm gonna call it. It sucks. Okay. Take our profit from 800. All right, kind of a garbage day. Some good trades, some chop, kind of awful. I think the thing to take away is just the waiting for Russell to find our loss of momentum and waiting for these breakouts, and then we actually get movement. Until that happens, it's been really rough in the market. Just looking at, like, again, like our offer here, allowing for that NQ move to the downside. Our bid was able to step up. We saw a little bit of divergence into close, which makes sense. We usually do see Russell run into close and NQ kind of do its own thing. Yeah. Kind of a terrible last hour. But I will see you all Monday. How many contracts were sold there? It's like over 1,000. No. Yeah, into like 800, 805. Like almost 1,000. So muted, man. Sucks. Wish we had another hour. Could have probably gotten a really nice down leg. Yeah, it is what it is. All right. Have a good one.